On my baseline, can you get back to this? On my baseline, can you get down to this? On my baseline, can you get back to this?
Bass. Good afternoon, everybody. Oh man, I swear, I swear the technology gods have been making my life rough this morning. I've had internet issues. Just as we were going live, and I figured, the internet might be a little bit shaky still, but just before I went live, my power kind of cut out for a second and knocked my computer offline. I had to reboot and get all that going again. And it's not one thing, it's another. It's been so many things conspiring to stop this stream from happening, but it's happening, my friends. It is happening. One way or the other here. There may be some shakiness as we go, but in general, hopefully we manage to keep the stream going well here. Oof, so much stuff, friends, so much stuff. Anyway, first world problem, first very first world problems here. Speaking of first world problems, we are 2 commits behind Glimesh dev, as it says here on our fork. So just before I went live here, I rebased our branch so that we have basically just one commit on our branch. I squashed it down so it's just one commit, because we're going to have to do a merge here. So first things first, we're going to sync up. We're going to update our dev branch with Glimesh dev. There we go. All right. And then I'm going to check out dev here. I'm going to pull latest down. All right. Check out feature co-streaming. Hit rebase dev. We'll see how this goes. I have a feeling. We may have a merge or two on our hands here, but we'll see. Or maybe not. Okay, it just went through without any problems. All right, cool. Get push force. All right, and I gotta get this out there. Let me. I'm just gonna for a second hide the screen while I retrieve my password. Copy that over and paste it in there. Bam. All right, and that's all been pushed. Of course, the update out there. You are. Our branch, cool. All right, so we should be all. That was easy. That was painless. We should be back in sync with everything out in the main dev branch. So with that, we were in the middle doing some. We had just gotten our Shadow DOM kind of set up and working. Well, at least set up anyway. There's still a lot more to do with this. But I think one of the things I'm going to need to do is figure out how to get the CSS into here. And I think it's going to be just linking the app SCSS in. Because some of the classes and whatnot that we're going to want to use, like the, responsive class and all that stuff, I really don't want to have. Excuse me. I really don't want to have 2 copies of it. I'd rather just have the 1 copy. So what we're going to do is, so that goes in there. So then really I just need to bring it in up here. And I think it's just, I just need apps CSS, right? So where does that There's a, trying to think of where that comes in at normally. Isn't there like a app? Yeah, there's an app. EX. What brings that in? Ooh, excuse me. No. No, that's something else. I'm trying to think where probably you got home page. There's a plug that brings this stuff in. Right, so like there's the router, the browser plug, root layout. Probably I'm going to assume it's root layout. Data theme, because I also have to bring in whether or not you're in dark mode or light mode as well. Bring that into the like site theme here. Where's that coming? That data theme. That attribute goes onto something. Probably onto the HTML root tag, I bet. Dark. Not exactly. There's like a data, so there's a data theme attribute. I figured. This layout view. Where's the? Article view, email view. Components. HTML. That's not it either. Oh no. It obviously brings it in automatically. Locale ban tracker. Yeah, interesting. I guess it just, so I'm guessing Phoenix just inserts all that stuff on its own here. So when I go and say run what we got here, I can just pull it from what normally comes in. Alright, so localhost 4000. Let's say inspect here. Meta link. Is it PHX track static? Okay. And there's also one on the script, which I don't want to bring in the script because it's already there. But I do want to bring in the style sheet. I wonder if it, my worry here is that, like, this path changes sometimes. I don't think it does, but I'm still kind of worried that it might. How does, let me see. Yeah. Yes. This is import. I just want to know where. I guess it does. Oh, it does render existing. It goes route static path. Blah blah blah. That's probably what I want. Where does that page view? Is that where that comes in? That layout view here. Oh, root tags. I mean, it's got something there, but it's not. User view. Things view. Trying to figure out how it knows. Like, obviously it's doing some quote-unquote magic based on where files are placed in app HTML. Yeah, like it knows how to do certain things, how to put these files together, but I'm trying to figure out if it actually, we actually write the link out somewhere. I don't see it here. Accounts, stream socials. Not it. Config. Configuration stuff. Go search here for it. Access this. There we go. Have our Phoenix uses Brunch, which builds your assets by default. It will copy everything in your route stack documentation. ES build. Business. Copy main. We'll also build it right in the same directory. Oh, app. Templates layout, app HTML EEX file. Oh yeah, there is one here. And all it says is inner content. Not really helping me. Not really helping me with what I'm trying to find here. Or head tag. I think takeaway here is just to grab this. I think that's my takeaway, because that's probably the correct way to reference it. So where is what I want to do? I go here, right? Basically do that. This would be though this. I think. The thing is, I don't know if con is defined. What do we that's like plug connection, right? Which is not necessarily what. Okay, wait a minute. Let me see here. What have I been using? So I've been using socket up here, right? For live render, though. I guess socket will just work. And make sure socket is in the assigns. Does that automatically get added to the assigns? Oh, there's an easy way to find out, I guess. Do this and then see what happens. Seems to be okay with it. The question is, did it bring it in though? I don't think it did. I'm not seeing it there. This is saved, right? So right here, refresh. Not bringing that in. Why is that? This is the correct one, right? Oh no, this is the wrong one. That's why. It's co-stream video section, right? Yeah, here we go. Like, nothing's happening. Okay. Okay. Alright, so it doesn't like that. I'm guessing it doesn't know what socket is, right? Maybe? Video column. The hell? What is going on here? Where did it go? That column. Oh, here we go. So it's got it in the inner HTML. There we go. Yeah, here it is. So link relative, style sheet. So does that? I guess that's applying right now. Like, doesn't know what embed. Okay, so it found like embed responsive and stuff, which it didn't find before. So I guess that's working. Yeah, it looks like that's working. It's just like everything is all over the place here. Okay. So I got the app, yeah, because card is here and stuff. Like it can see this stuff now, which I think is correct. I don't think it knew what that was beforehand. The one thing that's going to be weird though is it doesn't know. Doesn't know light or dark, right? So somehow I got to put that on there. How does it get the... Okay, let's look at the light and dark stuff here. That's coming in. And then I'll need to bring in the CSS that actually is for the layout that we need. Which will actually be... Well, it depends. If it's an internal layout, then it'll just be a reference to a CSS file. If it's a something from the database, it'll be its own style tag, I guess. Yeah, would have to be. Okay, think now. Think now. Think now. So what am I doing? So I'm doing static path app CSS. I'm wondering if it's possible for me to put other static ones outside of app CSS, because it sounds like everyone does it inside app CSS, which not necessarily what I want. I mean, I guess for the internal ones it could be in there, because it wouldn't hurt anything. I guess for the internal ones I could just just include them in app CSS. Yeah, but the problem is I only want one active. That's the problem. So it's got to be... We have... Yeah. Yeah, no, I think I definitely want them as separate references. I'm assuming I can just kind of... Like, we have an assets CSS here, right? So... Glimesh components... What did it say about having an additional Phoenix Additional style sheets. Main JS file. Also bundle and writes the same directory as your final app.js. That's what Phoenix does by default. If you want to use a CSS framework, we need to use a separate tool. Here's some options to do it. Build import. You reference an external file in your CSS or JavaScript file. It'll attempt to validate and manage them. Images from your CSS file. Okay. Basic support. So, how would I do this properly? I'd want to pull those in separately. So I guess we gotta get them in mix here. Project dependencies, aliases, assets deploy, copy fonts, defaults, that's default, and a private public. I would think I'd be able to put it under static here, right? App.js here. Oh, that's everything. Okay. Let's run sh2. So assets deploy. Self-signed. It doesn't do much. Kind of tells Mix to run assets deploy. That's default now. Static. So this is what gets generated. Okay. Yeah, it's gotta be just like put that stuff under static, right? Well, I don't see, where's this at? This is at assets CSS. So how does it get from assets CSS to there, I guess? Phoenix, chat, that's all the hooks. It's gonna be interesting because I'm not sure how I can get this to do this. I mean, it could be just a matter of just bring all of them in an app SCSS. I mean, maybe that's just the easiest thing to do. Just bring them all in an app SCSS and just make it so that they only apply based upon an attribute on the root element. Right. Which would make it a little bit easier because then I can just put the layout name on the root element. And it'll just work for internal stuff, and then external stuff it'll have the name in there, but it won't, it'll be up to the person uploading CSS whether or not they care that that's there. And Glimesh variables. Yeah, data theme light. Data theme light. That's how it tells whether or not we're in light mode or in dark mode. It defaults to dark mode though, right? Yeah. Like the default is dark. Then if it's light, it changes the body background color and stuff. Yeah. Okay. So that's a thing. I just have to make sure a data dash theme is on there. The attributes on there. Or at least copied over from the main thing. Which honestly I could actually just copy that in the JavaScript. Right? Rather than screwing around with it. But we'll see. I can probably get this data theme and the other stuff too. Alright. So components pages. Not file now. New folder. Go stream. I wonder if I should just put that under pages. Put under components. Who cares at this point, right? And then just put the layouts in here. So we'll say, what are the different, where's my, thing at here? Where's the config, I think? Yeah, here we go. I want to do new file, and we want to say stacked right. Yeah, that seems correct. Actually, it doesn't matter what I name these because they're all going to get pulled in regardless. It's just going to be what the root element's going to be. So, video section. So, what I need to do not even really the root element either, it's just the class on here, right? Yeah. Yeah, I can just put a class on here. So, class will have to be whatever the layout is. Excuse me. So, do I have the... I have the CoStream ID, right? Yeah. I never actually grabbed the CoStream itself, though. I should probably grab that. Yeah. CoStream equals CoStream. Get by ID. Right there. And then that would be... I could assign the whole CoStream to it, but let's just I wouldn't need very much. Well, I guess, yeah, I guess I could assign the whole CoStream to it. Change thumbnails. Handle info. Okay. Co-stream is there, so then all I have to do is say if not even if, right? Just co-stream get layout ID. And that what is it? Layout type. There we go. I'll put that in there as. Oh, actually, that should probably be. Might be like this, right? Probably. Probably. So that's a string there. And layout type. I mean, host only is going to be a special case because we won't have to go through all this crap for host only. So this won't even be running. This video section won't even be applicable to host only. It'll just be a normal video section for that. So we'll handle that in the controller eventually. Let's do this is the harder part. Let's get all this working first. So got that. So over here, if I look at video section. Okay, we got stacked right. Which is good. That's good. So then everything I can do, I can just do based on this class here. So hopefully we'll see how this handles things. So first of all, no, not stacked right. These empty rule sets. Yeah, I got it. So what do I have access to? We got video. We'll say co-stream main. Main. I guess I gotta play around with this. I'm not quite sure where I want to go with this because obviously I'm surprised it's not showing on the screen, honestly. I have a feeling it has to do with the responsive item stuff. I'm not sure. Responsive item. Embed responsive video. Responsive, embed responsive item. So we'll say that's right. Stream main. Stream main. I guess position absolute I don't know I don't know where to put it. It's gotta be where you put the position. Okay. This is where my CSS, like I'm really bad at CSS, so this is where I'm like trying to figure out what to do here. So CSS position object. Oops. So the type of positioning method used for an element. Elements of an position use the top, bottom, left, and right properties. Okay. Will not work unless the position property is set first. Position static by default. Static position elements are not affected by top, bottom, left, and right properties. An element position static is not positioned in any special way. It's always positioned according to the normal flow of the page. Okay. Relative is positioned relative to its normal position. Setting top, right, bottom, left properties of relatively positioned element will cause it to be adjusted away from its normal position. Other content will not be adjusted to fit into any gap left by the element. Fixed is positioned relative to the viewport, which means it always stays in the same place even if the page is scrolled. Okay. Top, right, bottom, left. Fixed element does not leave a gap in the page where it would normally have been located. An element with position absolute is positioned relative to the nearest positioned ancestor. However, if an absolute position element has no positioned ancestors, it uses the document body and moves along with page scrolling. Well, I definitely wanted to move along with page scrolling. But I think it's probably position absolute, top right, width and height. Okay, top right, width and height. Or, well, top. I guess top left. Okay. See if I can figure this out. Let's see if I can figure this out. So top would be 0, left 0, width would be, we'll just say 300 right now. height 300, just so I can see that I'm actually moving the things around. Okay. And then stacked right. What's the other one here? I know the other one says host, but I don't care about host right now. I just want to get the videos moved around. I guess I can just do it based on the video. Based on the video tag. That's gonna be... No, I should probably have like a number or something. How would I do that though? Because I would have to... Well, I could, yeah. I mean, because we know there's going to be a maximum of 6, so I should probably have a number there. Be like... co-stream, like, even though it says co-stream host and co-stream main, it could have like... co-stream 1... You know, like 1, 2, 3... 4... Be like, anything that's not the main... would get a number then. Probably starting at 2. 2 through 6, probably. So... 2 through 6, yeah, I guess. Could stream 2. Loot. Top would be 500. Now top would be 0. Left would be 500. Something like that, and then I'm gonna bring this into the main app. SDSS. I'm gonna bring in streaming layout, built-in layouts. Import the Glimesh components co-stream back to right. There we go. Just kind of get that for free. And then we need to, on this guy, I need to give these videos a number ascending. For participant. Guess I could just, I can probably just do it here, right? Percent equals, video index equals 2. And I'll just add that as a class. And say, no stream video index. Video index. No, I wonder if they have plus equals in Elixir or plus plus. I don't know. Video Elixir increment operator. Basic operators. Plus plus and minus minus to manipulate lists. That's not what I'm looking for. Data types. Huh. Doesn't really have an increment. Nope. Okay. No increment operator. Video index plus one then. Unused. If there's a variable with the same name. Use a pin operator. I wonder if that'll work. Match clauses. Does it not? Will that not work? Can you do it in a Phoenix template? Increment variable Phoenix template. Oh, here you go. Determining current iteration while looping through maps or collections. Enum with index. I mean, I guess. Enum with index. Thread posts. Okay. I guess that's fine. I mean, it means that it'll have a -1, but I don't think that matters in the grand scheme of things. So we would do, so we'll just do it that way then, I guess. Actually, it takes 2 parameters. I wonder if this second parameter is offset. Wrapped in tuple alongside index. If offset is given, it will index from the given offset instead of from 0. Ah, there you go. Okay, so I can just say 2 there. And we'll say participant index. Or, well, video index. There we go. I mean, that works. That works just as well. So that would have reloaded right by now, right? Yeah, here we go. CoStream -2. Sweet. All right, that works. So does this change the look and feel of the actual page? It has not. Interesting. So I wonder what's really holding this back. If I take because I've definitely, because this should be applying, right? And responsive. I guess the other one's not applying yet. So what if I give it a little kick in the pants there? Does the, I guess, does the app SCSS have this stuff in it? I've had this problem before where it kind of has to be kicked in the pants. Let's try it. Let's shut down and then start it back up and see if it'll recompile and everything correctly. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if it might be that it just is selecting that other one because it's the first one it comes across. But it really shouldn't. It really should, like, be my style sheet. Let's see if I go here. Act right. I don't think it's seeing it. Okay, it is here. Not finding it. I think that has to do with the priorities of the, like, what, like, I think classes that come before other classes are higher priority. So I think really what I need to do is just get stacked right to be the first class, I think. And I think that'll fix that. Yeah, so here's what we'll do. Go this, that there. That. And then let me do the same thing with these. Let me make all the co-stream stuff like the highest priority classes. Let's see if that helps the situation. No, it doesn't seem like it. I mean, I guess there's a debate as to whether or not I need the embed responsive. Doesn't look like it's doing anything for me. And the embed responsive 16 by 9. Yeah, embed responsive was definitely causing some issues, but here's the problem though. Still not showing. Like over here, this other class flying now. Like it should say. Oh, well, this is co-stream host. Never mind. Here it is. Dr. co-stream 2. Really, that should be co-stream main. Be applying there. Okay. I get this squared away here first. So co-stream. Oh, because I did that way. Main. That's why it wasn't applying. Okay, so it is definitely moving these things around. Although it's, yeah, the numbers on the main because it's the guest, which is always fun. I guess co-stream host will always be number 1, I guess. I still don't know why it's doing 2 instead of main. Co-stream main comes first. This is correct. You just have to add. I think I'm just gonna get rid of the embed responsive item stuff. I don't think it's actually helping us. And for ultra wide, I'm just gonna say, we put the phrase ultra wide there, and let everyone else deal with it. Ultra wide and 16:9. One. Make sure they're all in the same spot. I'm doing this. We got this stream one, which I don't have a style for, which is correct. I see what's happening. Okay, so it applied the more recent thing to it. So really, CoStream main needs to be like the last class, right? Right, it's got to be like the bottommost. Or I have to put like a knot here, like CoStream 2, but not anything else. If I do this, what does that do? Okay, well, we're seeing some changes. Yep, yeah, that's exactly what it was. Alright. CoStream main, keep that like as the last one. I just need to get the hosts to play ball here. The host is CoStream 1. We'll do that. Okay, things are moving around. They're not exactly doing what I want here, but it's positioning them where they should be, but it's not pushing the outer container out. So what was the there was an embed. What does the 16:9 do? Video. New column. Now where where the heck is that at? Not embed. It's not embed. It's responsive. Just 16:9. What is that at? Embed responsive 16:9. Why isn't this bringing up the actual CSS? And responsive. I guess in Bootstrap? don't think so. Embed responsive item. Yeah. Oh, they do have it with a modifier class. So it is a bootstrap thing. Oh, okay. Embed responsive 16 by 9.
And it feels good to feel good again. Yeah. Look. I wanna treat you like a 90s R&B song. No, it's only been a month. You need long, cause you got me out of my comfort zone, feeling comfortable in deep water, cause of shallow feelings and undertows. See, I don't usually thought it's fast, but you will make me call my last until I lose my number. Ain't worried about a title, but hope you don't choose another. Yeah, I'm in over my head, but something about you in the city makes me hope for the best. But fuck it, dog, I'm 23 with the world on a string, getting paid for every word that I sing. I earned everything, been working, and now I'm paying.
What was the other one? 21 by 9.
We ain't even gotta talk, I see it all in your eyes. So don't you worry that I'm worried when you read in the mode. Said I'm just happy that I'm back.
I just want to see what these are, what effect these are actually having. Padding top.
Sipping wine that's quadruple my age, with a girl that's got me feeling this unusual way. Giving up private shows leads to where the private show I would go.
Embed SCSS.
See you either getting dirty or dusty, and I'm trying to be a man that you see worthy of trust and know that you're moving. And we ain't got the time to invest in something real, but for some reason I try nonetheless. Guess that's my intuition mixing with the liquor and some wishful thinking. You smiling at me as the crystal clinking, pouring a different drink.
Embed SCSS. Is that not in our?
There's no more rainy days. You prefer that 702 over them 808s. And yeah, you way too independent for some major deal. Mad when I take the bill and pay for meals. Ain't even gotta say it's real, cause I understand the value of time and place.
It's probably just brought in by Bootstrap.
She turned my head toward her and she kissed my face and said I'm here right now, and baby that's all that matters. And now she walking around my place with no clothes on. So draw the
okay.
Put a show on. Just know that I won't be tripping no matter how we continue, cause I'ma be great without you.
So need both. Better responsive. Where's it at? So that. Position relative display block. Okay. Is that still going to work with what I'm trying to do here? No, see, it just you need that item in there in order for it to see it, which is really annoying. What is this ultimately doing? It's doing a position relative display block, overflow hidden. And then what's embed responsive 16 by 9. I think that's just, there you go. 16 by 9 is just doing padding top 6.25%. Okay. Theoretically, I can just do this on the div. Right? Position relative. I guess so. Relative display block. Let's see what I can do with this. There's gonna be a lot of me just trying to fight with the CSS. Get to do what I want. We'll just keep those on there. And on the div itself, I do stacked right here, and just put these things inside of it. Still technically work, I would think. We're not listening to Christmas songs in the middle of the summertime. Back to right. So display block. Do that. Yeah, this still works the same way. What was that here? It's a little bit better, but not much. Block, not expanding out the way I would hope it to. Like, what is the normal height? I just go to someone's thing here. What's our normal height on things here? Video column. Not quite right here. Do that and see what it says. Video container. Relative block with 100%. Adding, I think it's the width 100% that I really need. Yeah. No padding, overflow hidden. Yeah, I think that's what we're looking for here. So let's see. With 100%, adding 0. I'll do position relative, but I have a feeling that's not really going to help matters, because we're just changing it to absolute for these guys, but we'll see. Well, I mean, okay, the section's there, and it's more noticeable now, which is good. Just we have a height problem. I got display block, width, padding, position, relative on the stacked right, but then down here this should be, yeah, it's position absolute, width, height. And I didn't put the overflow hidden, did I? Well, it seems to be hiding it anyway. Things are applying the way that I expect them to. It's just they're not necessarily getting the reaction out of the browser that I want. I do. Overflow hidden. Yeah, that makes it really bad then, because now it hides everything. If I do position relative, it pushes it out, but it's still not correct. What if I make this display display block? Do display block anyway. Not the video there. All right, what if I do relative? Ugh. Really sucks. I don't know where this other one is. I don't know where this other one's supposed to be showing, because it's not. There we go. No? That's that video.
Let's get the party.
Wait, is it going off the screen? Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I have the wrong direction here. Can I swap these back to absolute? Where does it go? Okay, it's still there. Then they both completely disappear for some reason. Why is that? I mean, they're there, but it's like their Z order is behind things. They have to be absolute or relative, I mean. Okay, fine. Then this guy is your left. This is gonna be a super duper pain in the ass, which I figured going in, but nothing with height. The main guy should be up and left. This guy should be way over to the right, I guess. Why is that moving it that way? It's moving it off the screen that way, which is weird. Like I gotta give it a negative number to get it to move the way I want it to move. Oh, and it's actually going off the screen again. So Okay. Now it's moving the way I want it to move. Again, why is it getting, why is that container not large enough? Like, it seems like it's going into the overflow area. I said with 100%. Oh, so this embed does not go the full width. Why? Why doesn't it go to full width? I'm telling it to go to full width. No padding. Position relative. Okay, the width is 503. It's not right. I'm saying with 100%. So why is that calculating it to be 503? Instead of taking up the full panel here. This whole oh, it is kind of taking out the whole panel because this is not. Not spaced out entirely. Card body. Why is there so much padding on that? Not even the padding, it's just there's no... Like that says it goes out to 1324. Right? So... Yeah, 1400 pixels width. Where's the flex? Have a minimum on it or something? It has a little bit of padding, but nothing crazy. Why is that cutting off right there? Oh, it is display flex. That's just from Bootstrap. It's just kind of Bootstrap doing that, but how do I get it to let's grow? That's gonna be a thing, isn't it? How do I get this to be happy with expanding? We think it looks like it's supposed to expand. Just a flex box, but it's not, and that's what's driving me batty here. What if I did, this is gonna be a weird one, but if I put this as, if I said, oh, 12. Still not helping. I didn't think it would, but I just wanted to see. Nothing's working there. Okay. Gotta fight for space here somehow. Push up 4 cards with. Inside should be inside the row. Yeah, that's not. Into the car, we can't find the right combination of a similar bootstrap structure. It is 100%. Right? Am I going crazy here? This is not 100%. Just for some reason the divs inside of it are screwing up. Like how do I get this one to be... If I put a call on this, oh, now it takes up the full width. Interesting. I take this off of here. Still the same. I guess the question is, can I always... Oh, well, this is... Wait, this ID is co-stream stream video section. So I've already got this. Okay, I've already got this under my control, right? So... Yeah, here we go. Co-stream stream video section. So wait. Oh, it's creating. Oh, when it does the live render, it's creating the div. I got it. So can I tell it a class here? I don't know if it'll like this, but I'll try it. I'm pretty sure it didn't work. Maybe it worked. Didn't actually put the class there though, which is interesting. Yeah, it didn't put the class there, but this is still working somehow. What I didn't really do anything. Right now I'm just really confused here. Alright, let's go take these off of here. Let them be positioned relative. Like that. Now it's pushed back over here, but doing absolutely nothing. Oh, lovely. Not this one. They're doing absolutely nothing, which is just fantastic. I guess I gotta put that on there then. Okay. Things are moved over a little bit more. Alright, so this is not making any difference here. These appear to be moving. They are in fact moving. Okay. Why is this one so far off the beaten path here when I have it as top left? We do it right. I'll never understand these freaking things, man. It's like to my reading, like I set the top on the left to 0. Like that should be the top left corner, right? But it's not. And that's what's driving me insane. All right. over there. See, now absolute just makes it break out of the box, which is not what I want. Oh boy. I guess it would have to be something here. Could be the values on other elements or helper classes. Yeah, I was thinking that. I mean, I guess the ultimate question is, should I bring Bootstrap in at all? Or should I just let this be pure CSS? Like, is Bootstrap actually helping me at this point? Or is it hindering me? But then again, if I don't bring that in, my concern is that, first of all, I need a portion of it just for, not Bootstrap, I need some of the app CSS just to tell whether or not we're in light or dark mode. But the other problem is, we're putting it into a card, which is a Bootstrap thing, but the card is outside the embedded area, so like the videos themselves don't know that they're inside of a card. It's just outside the outside container. And the problem is that for some reason that card is not expanding to encompass the videos. Like, the videos are just kind of just floating out there without it. And so it looks bad. And I'm just trying to figure out the best way of dealing with that. Because just, just bringing in the app CSS is good, because it means that it makes it easy for the built-in stuff to just be precompiled CSS that just comes down. But if need be, I can see about figuring out how to bring those in as just individual things. I don't know. This is this is the one thing that I am really terrible at. The CSS is just, CSS never, for whatever reason, it never clicks in my brain. Things that I think it's doing the opposite of. I mean, it's nice that I can play around with it directly in Chrome here, but not necessarily helping. What else? What are other positions here? We got fixed. We don't want. We've got inherit, initial, relative. What I was doing. Absolute. I would think absolute would be the correct one, but it's not really working that way. Initial, static, sticky, unset. Relative. That's what I'm setting it to, right? Relative here. Yeah, I mean, what else is there? Pushing the video around. Box sizing. Ooh. Okay, we'll leave that alone. Got card. I wonder if the break word wrap. Nah. Background. Colors. Surprisingly enough, there's not that much actually applying to this guy. Mostly variables. Roll bar, scroll bar buttons. Yeah. This again. I think that's working. If I do... I got display block on the div. What if it's a... Doesn't do anything. Oh, because the div has display block. What other display? Grid? Display grid. That's kind of interesting. Contents. I mean, I could do a flex display. Maybe that's what I should do. Inline flex. Inline grid. What did inline flex? What does that look like? Section row. No wrap. Start, no. Justify content. Click start. I don't think that's actually helping me any. I don't think that's doing what I want. Line item center. I mean, that's interesting. Again, I don't think this is helping anything. No, I don't think display flex is actually helping. I can put display top into the negatives. get it to where I wanted to be. That's well, I guess you're really just doing bottom at that point, right? Bottom and right. That's the main. I'm concerned that these numbers are magic numbers. You know, and they'll work for me, but as soon as I reduce the screen, it'll be all off, right? If I reduce the screen size here. I mean, they do go off the screen there, but it's a pretty extreme case. And that works. Yeah, this bothers me a lot. Those numbers really bother me because it's like, what if the main video was lower in the lists? Like, would all these numbers still work? I guess they would still work because we're doing position relative, and it's relative to the outer container, right? I think. What was position relative again? Relative to its normal position. That's why I'm using negative numbers and stuff. Don't like that. Position absolute is position relative to nearest position ancestor. Absolute position element has no position ancestors. It uses document body and moves along with the page scrolling. Absolute position elements are removed from the normal flow and can overlap elements. Now what? I want it to be absolute, position absolute. As soon as I make both of them position absolute, it goes nuck and fuddy here. Yeah, see, it's like it's there, but it's being obscured by everything else. I guess. Well. Why would that be a thing, though? Like, if I do a z-index 4000, you see that doesn't help. It just kind of melts into the. Well, wait a minute. Let me Alright, so z-index matters, kinda, yeah, it does, sort of, but not really. So these are okay. I mean, that's fine there, but it's like, if I make this absolute, it's gonna make the box go crazy, right? Yeah, see, now it's no longer. Doesn't do anything, right? No. So it's like if it's not positioned relative, it just it doesn't expand a card body. What if I that didn't really help. I thought if I turned off some of the card styling it would help. It did not. Do card body. No, that doesn't work either. Let me see. So I want to do what I really want to do is absolute, position absolute. So boot strap card body position absolute. Second, third card, backside. Right. I always want to use position absolute. The height of the container becomes 1 pixel. How to fix this? Here we go. Or is there a better way to achieve this? Tried adding position relative to row and container. Still won't work. Card front class could be relative position, card back class in absolute position with width, height, top left, and overflow property using for more content show by scrolling. From this technique to container height will auto. What? Is that English? Card, so container. They've got card, front card body, card back, card body, our container, position relative, wait a minute. Card front position relative. Card back, card body. Card. Okay, card back is absolute. I don't want the height to be 100% though. I don't. I'm gonna have a specific height, right? I mean, I guess I could put a height 100% on the outer thing, the outer div. I can find it. Here we go. If I did for stacked array, if I did height 100%. That did nothing. Okay. Hmm. 0 by 0. Why does that say 0? do anything either. The whole thing has no height. All right, try this again. So oh. All right, what happens? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to try something a little bit crazy here. Oh, I have this. What am I going to do? I want to pull in this CSS as its own thing. ES build default. That's default. So mix, what is it? Mix. Let's build. Everything in the script section is run with ES build command already in the path. Let's mix ES build default. Downloaded. That tells me exactly nothing. I guess I can try. Let's see this. If I do remove this from remove it from the app SCSS, and then back to right. So it's CSS. The all right, do this. If I go over here, see if I can just bring that in only. Do this and do a run and see if it actually works. No route found for CSS Glimesh components, co-stream stacked right SCSS. Alright, so public. See what we got here. Kind of what I thought would be the case. Didn't actually bring it in. How do I alt? How do I bring more than that in then? Okay. Vendor dependencies inside web stacking vendor. Add them to vendor that will automatically add it to the built app.js by brunch. Query. Everything is 3. Use framework blocks, static assets. This is not a thing. Add static assets. Christ almighty, why is everything 404? There we go. Instead of implementing its own asset pipeline, branch, yeah. Node.js workflow. But web static, our convention, will simply look for all files, excluding web static assets, and sort all found files by their type. Process and concatenate JavaScript will be put into app.js. Styles will be in app.css. As it stores files are processed automatically when changed, but it can also run. I don't want them there. I want them freaking separate. This is what I hate about these new frameworks and stuff. Is like they're like, oh, you just put everything in this one thing, and then we just figure it out. But then they're super inflexible when you don't want that. It's like I want a separate script to come in separately, not included with anything else. I don't want it put it into the app CSS. I don't want to put it into the app.js. I want it separate. It's like, how hard is that to just understand? These damn framework authors, they're like, no, you just do everything this way. It's fine. You never have to do it another way, and then so you have to do it another way, and then you're freaking boned here. Write a file name. Our new module. Unmodularized JavaScript libraries. Brunch. Another asset management system. There's Webpack. What are we actually using? Is the question right now. Plugify, core, yes, build, Dart Sass. These are only tests. Burrito. I don't know what the hell we're using. Doing PHX Digest. What does PHX Digest? Digest and compress static files. Generate files, hash manifests. Clean. Okay. So that's fine, I guess. Zip. File name, cache manifest file. I don't know what to search for. Is this not included in app CSS? CSS instructions. Don't compile all CSS file in app CSS includes some. Here we go. I'm gonna manually when needed. Alright, here we go. Except web stack CSS. You know, only modify branch config JS's style sheets object. Going to order after. Then you can include these files separately. I want them not to be compiled into app CSS. Can I do that and how? Just add the paths with a leading bang. CSS. What? This is app CSS, web static CSS, app CSS. Only have specify them. Yeah, I too would like to be able to just bring them in without having to specify them. That's kind of BS. Hey, Banjax. Welcome. So, is that even a thing? Brunch config? Is that a thing here? Brunch? Hell no, it isn't. Okay. How old is this question? 5 years ago. Great. Great. Asset management. Okay. Typically import a top here. We will explore alternatives below. Alright. Let's explore those alternatives. It's going okay. I'm trying to... I'm fighting quite the fight here. With trying to get the CSS and stuff working for these. Now, why is that expanded out like that now? What did I do to make that? Oh, because it doesn't have the it doesn't have the style sheet anymore. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm trying to get these to like line up properly. All the different videos to line up properly in the co-stream. And it's all CSS, and of course I'm struggling mightily. with it. And I'm trying to get, a lot of it is just, it feels like I'm fighting against our normal application CSS stuff. And so I'm trying to see if I can just pull in individual things and reference them. Use that. Internal files. Custom JavaScript build scripts. The hell? Launch deploy. Everyone's whenever you change files. What? I don't understand what they're doing here. We have yes builds. Somehow that's getting stuff from the config, right? So config. Entry. Net colors. JSON library. Logger. Glimesh. Endpoint. Oh, here we go. Config ES build. And Dart Sass is only load path is node modules, but then it's only doing app SCSS. Okay. And then this is doing ES build is doing app.js bundle. JS app.js, right? Which is all our hooks. This doesn't bring the CSS stuff in. No, okay, so we're just using that for the JS stuff, ES build. We're using Dart Sass for the CSS, which makes sense. Because that's SCSS. So then, if that is the case, look forward to learning this stuff. It's yeah, it's a thing. Let me tell you. I don't know. CSS just kind of always destroys me. I don't know. My brain is not set up for it, I suppose. Dart Sass, our load path is no module app. CSS app SCSS goes to app. Why is there app CSS? Okay, well that's what it generates. Okay, so it's generating that. Alright, that's fine. But how do I tell it I want to do more than just that one? Dart Sass. art. Yeah, it's input and then output. Can I... Oh, many to many. Oh, good. Okay. Input, output, input, output. Okay, okay. That's what I'm looking for. So... So what it would be is... I hope I can do this. Hope I can do this. So it'd be like this. And then it would be CSS. CSS. I wonder if you can do. Can you do wildcards? I hope you can do wildcards. I guess I can find out by trying it. Does it say here wild card? How about star? No. Well, I could. When compiling whole directories, oh, you can point out a whole directory. Ah, here we go. Compiles all SAS files and themes as CSS files in public. Okay, okay, okay. And just give it the directory name. When compiling whole directories, SAS will ignore partial files whose names begin with an underscore. You can use partials to separate your style sheets without creating a bunch of unnecessary output files. Okay. Okay, so I can just give it the directory name. I can just say CSS, where are we at here? CSS Glimesh components co-stream. And then that would just go to dot priv static CSS. I guess I don't need the trailing slash. Doesn't look like it based on their example. Okay. Okay, well, this will be interesting. We'll do that. Let's see what happens. Kill the server, and then we'll run it and see if it likes that or not. Well, okay, well, still can't find this, but that might be okay. Let me see if it even generated it as a separate thing. So where are we at? Public CSS. It didn't do anything. Hmm. Wait, private static. Let me try the private directory. Maybe it just didn't pull it over to the public directory. Huh. Reckon I need to slash things? I don't think so. Maybe I need to slash this. I don't know. Let me just see if it went into the static. CSS here. There's nothing there. Are you freaking kidding me? Did it not do anything? I mean, obviously it did app CSS. Private static CSS app CSS. Private static. Wasn't that part of the initial SAS stuff for input output? Oh, you mean on the example? No, I think that's just that's just a how they're doing the example. It's basically replaced this with it, because you see here they have an example here where they do input output like that, or like this one, right? Where it's just input colon output with a space. Yeah. Although it is weird that they went like this, but I guess that's just to show you that it's different. I guess yeah. I wonder. Public. So. It's possible that this directory doesn't exist where it's looking for stuff. And that's what's got me boggled here. So you get CSS at SCSS, right? But that should be... I would think that would be relative to config, right? So where's config at? Config is here. Oh wait, path expand. Oh, change directory. Dot assets. Okay. So it's going from config. It's going up a directory into assets. Okay, so that's good. So everything should be relative assets. Yeah, I don't know. It is a weird way that they put that on there. I think they just did that to just say like this is a different output and this is a different input, but it's like it does kind of like look weird. It's a weird way of doing it. They could have just said input 2, output 2 instead. Yeah. Show the ladder as a path. Yeah, it could be. Could be that too. Yeah, maybe they were trying to show that's like input directory, output directory. Maybe. Yeah. Either way, I agree with you that it's confusing the way they put that on there. Okay, so we expand. So we go to the assets directory. All these should be relative assets. So CSS at SCSS is a thing. So then CSS Glimesh components co-stream, and then private. Go up a directory, private static CSS. So go up a directory from assets. Go to private static CSS and put it in there. Alright, let's try it with the trailing slashes just to see if that's actually needed. Before I go insane down this rabbit hole here. I guess I could just run mix assets deploy, see what it does. But let's see here. So where are we at? Nothing here. The public CSS. I wonder if this would be interesting. Less app CSS. I wonder if it's in there. Stacked. Right. No. Okay, so it's definitely not in there. Which is correct, because I'm not pulling it into the app CSS anymore. But it's still not generating a different file. I wonder if is there another... Is this app SCSS? Yeah, triangulating the exact syntax the code wants. Yeah, exactly. So that's not... Doesn't seem like it wants to do that either, and that's... I wonder... Okay, let's try... First of all, let's start from a clean slate. Let's abort this. We'll do mix assets deploy clean. Assets clean. How do you clean the freaking assets directory? Didn't it say here? Mix clean assets. Digest clean, that's what it was. Okay. Digest, HX digest clean. So mix PHX digest clean. Alright, so drive static should be clean right now. Or not. Okay. How about public? Public clean? No. What the hell did that do? What the hell did that do? Digest clean. Oh, removes old versions of compiled assets. By default, it will keep the latest version and 2 previous versions, as well as any digest created in the last hour. All? So specifies that all compiled assets, including the manifest, will be removed. Okay, let's just clean all. Weird. What a weird thing. pH mix. phx clean. Digest clean all. Okay. Little stuff here. Wow. It like it might as well have done nothing at all. I mean I don't get it sometimes. I love these devs are like, oh yeah, no, this will clean stuff. Except it doesn't actually clean stuff. It just kind of pretends that it cleans stuff for you, but it really didn't. Anyway. I mean, this seems like this is the... Wait. Oh, you know what? I'm an idiot. Although it's funny that that seemed to work. It didn't actually complain. But I'm betting I don't need the... I don't need these. Come on, get out of my way. I don't need these. Those were just for display purposes. But even then, it still seemed like it was okay. Unless it was just not compiling anything and just silently failing. Could be a thing. Do the thing into the command line and have things just work. I wish, man. This is almost as frustrating as like trying to compile a Linux kernel sometimes. Like, oh no, you just gotta, well, you gotta pass that one thing. Now you gotta get past this 5 other things. Okay, so did that do anything? No, that did not do a thing. Out of curiosity, I wanted to see if there's anything there. Is there still... If I go under static... There's nothing under static. I don't think we're actually using the static directory. We got things moving stuff around. If I go assets, CSS, Glimesh, components, CoStream. I have that. So what? Copy fonts. That's just copying the font. Okay, that's copying font awesome stuff. Alright. That's fine. Run.sh is not doing anything else, right? It's just like just doing assets deploy, which in theory should be called, well, not in theory, it definitely is calling Dart sats, right? Because if I look at that, assets deploy it runs copy fonts sh, which is fine. calls es build, which goes against our builds our JavaScript. Then it calls sass, which is the Dart sass. The sass default, no source map, style compressed. I believe default means use the defaults that have been set up in the config, which is here. Because this has got like load path for node modules, and this is what actually specified the app SCSS file. Otherwise it wouldn't do anything because you didn't give it an input or an output. Now the question is this the config that it's reading, or am I just changing something that's not even being used? The dev oh, okay, wait a minute. Alright, dev has its own override. I'm betting all those changes I made were for naught. So config exs I know config exs is actually red, but I think if you override it, yeah, everything I think dev and stuff overrides what's in there. So that would explain why we're not seeing. I still need to change this one. Does prod override this? Yeah, because prod doesn't override it. Releases doesn't either. And test doesn't either. Okay. So config is like the parent. And then you can override that in your different environment things. What I believe is happening. So if I just copy this, down to dev, and I'll overwrite what's here. Let's do priv public. That's probably why I wasn't seeing anything in static, right? Yeah, this is doing private static. Interesting. Okay, that's why I'm seeing everything locally in public and I'm not seeing anything in static. Alright, so let's just copy parts of that down. But first of all, we gotta do this. Alright, and then that, take the slash off of it just for argument's sake. And this will go into /priv public CSS. Okay. This is why one of this is the funny thing about this is I've worked with a lot of I've mentored a lot of young, junior developers. And whenever a junior developer comes up to me and it's like, I tried this thing and it's not working, and it doesn't make any sense as to why it's not working, the first thing I always do is like, let's do a sanity check. And this is the sanity check that I skipped, which is, am I actually running the file that I am changing, or am I just confusing myself? And I think we have the answer here. Let's see. Let's try another build. See what happens. All right, still saying I can't find the route, but that might be a different issue. Let's see what we got here. So if I go priv public CSS. Aha! We now have a stacked right CSS. Which is what I was looking for in the first place. Okay. So we're not crazy. We're just modifying the wrong file. It happened. Alright. So that's good. So the stacked right is there now. So now the question is, how do I get the routes to understand that this is here? So app CSS is under CSS/app CSS. I know that. Theoretically, the stacked right CSS should be in the same spot, but it's saying it can't find. Oh, that might be correct. It's probably under just CSS. Where's my where am I pulling that in at? Where am I pulling you in at? I'm pulling you in over here, right? Yeah. Okay, so that. And we'll blind ourselves on that one page. All right, let's see if that actually brought in. Let me see if I have another error. Doesn't look like I do. See if that actually brought in CSS. So stacked right CSS. So if I click on this, will it take me there? Can I see? Network probably. I didn't find. Oh, okay. Oops. Let's try that again. Aha! It found it. The stuff has changed. So that's good. So the question now is, now that I'm not bringing all that other crap in, I'm only bringing in the CSS that I need. Like it doesn't know, like this one's stacked right. It doesn't know anything about embed responses 16 by 9, which is correct because it's isolated from the CSS from the regular page, I believe. That's how it's supposed to work anyway. So if I make these now position absolute, will it still work? It looks like it. Okay. That's good. Come over here. Absolute. And then we're screwed again. Looked like I didn't account for the right side margin for the screen space. Do the chat being there. Yeah. It's... Yeah. I'll have to see. This is rough here. Even with... This is annoying now. So I have to do position relative. I have to have at least one that's position relative, I guess. Which I guess I could put a dummy thing on the page to expand that out and then have these as absolute. I might have to do. The one stream was stretched across the page, cropped by the chat. Yeah, it wasn't. It's not. It wasn't necessarily cropped by the chat. It was cropped by the. There's a container. We have a div here, right? And this is contained by a card body. So basically, Bootstrap has this concept of a card and a card. Concept of a card, which is basically just a rectangular area that can have a header and a body. And you don't have to have a header, but you can. The body is flex and it expands out to whatever size you want it to be. So in our case, it's this video column. You can see this. See when I roll over it, the whole thing highlights here, and that's 9. So Bootstrap has a column thing, so you can arrange things in columns. You know, we're called columns, which are basically it's a way of having a responsive design where, depending on how big or small your browser window is, things kind of shift around. So the normal configuration of Bootstrap is you get 12 columns. So when you make something column 9, it means it's going to take up 9 out of 12 columns, and then the other columns are taken up by the chat and stuff. So it'll expand out to a certain point, and then everything else is like, I think it's display hidden. So anything that kind of rolls off of that doesn't bleed into other stuff on the page. It just kind of gets cut off in that box. So yeah. Am I looking to split the column? No. I'm like, I want the column to stay the width that it is. What the problem I'm having is that the card body, for some reason, so the card body is the same color as this header here. So it's this like lighter blue color. And for whatever reason, even though I'm putting stuff in the body, it's not expanding that background out to encompass it. And so everything looks weird, and it's getting cut off by the bottom here and stuff like that. Like the height is not getting set. The width is correct, but the height is not getting set on it. And that's the thing that's throwing me off, because apparently the only way, yeah, the joys of CSS, I know, right? Apparently the only way to get it to get that thing so far that I've been figured out to see that there's stuff inside of it is if I position relative here. So if I say position relative on at least one thing, you can see it expanded out a little bit. I mean, I'm still overlapping some things, but that's fine. But it like expanded itself out a little bit to encompass this guy, because this is the guy that I actually did the position relative on, right? So now he's contained within that block. But it's when I'm doing position relative, it's like really hard for me to get things to line up the way that I want them to line up. I'd really want them to be absolute. Unless, I don't know. That's the problem I'm running into, is like when they're relative, like all these numbers are just bonkers. When they're absolute, I can say like, I want this in the top corner, I want this over here, a little bit better. And it's, because when you say they're relative to where their normal position would be. So you basically have like negative numbers and stuff if things lined up the way you want them to be. Or you have to do things in reverse, you know, which is really not what I want, because basically I want to dump out all these videos onto, you know, in line, and then just let the CSS move things where they make sense. And if you're stuck doing it position relative, it's going to be pulling teeth, I feel like. So what I'm trying to think of is if I put like a maybe if I put a dummy box or something or div inside here and I just set the height on it and make that relative, that maybe that will allow me to just keep this, push all this stuff out, I guess. Is the box with all the separate players a flex container? Yeah. So this card body is a flex container. And I think that's what's throwing off a lot of things. And that comes from Bootstrap. I can't really do a whole lot to necessarily fix that. Trying to flex it later as being goofy. Yeah, it is. Like if I set the display flex, it was just kind of. I mean, I could try that again. Maybe it'll do a little bit better this time around. But it just wasn't like behaving properly. Wait, what? Oh, position relative. And then come on, give me a thing here. All right. Display flex. Reverse color. I can do row. Rat doesn't really do anything. So align, center, start. It's not really, it doesn't seem like it's actually doing anything. Like nothing's moving. And I don't know if that's because I have another thing here that's not flexed. It doesn't know what to do. Or maybe it's because I need position absolute. Now it's like, I don't know if that's helping matters. No, no, I don't know. I don't think that's actually doing anything. At least in this context. Oh yeah, no problem. No problem, Zark. Position asset. That's weird. If I do, let me think here. Stacked right. If I put height of 1080 pixels. Whoops. This should be the normal size, right? 1080 for 16 by 9 at least. So that works. If I just put a height on there. Now the question is, will it continue to work? I mean, it should continue to work if I... That's absolute. So both of these are absolute. So that's now working. So putting a height on this div helps. And maybe that's just the way it's going to have to be. And actually, I don't think that's a I don't think that's a problem because I'm passing a class to the CSS to tell it whether or not it's 16 by 9 or 21 by whatever. So on ultra wides, you can probably still figure out what the height's going to be. The only issue is smaller screens. But again, if I have to, I can probably... So what okay. Here's my issue. If I pull this out as its own window and I start making it smaller, okay, it's still responsive, but then my everything, the videos don't seem to care. They'll just keep hanging out where they're at. So that would be a problem. But is that does absolute also mean stubborn? Yes. Yes, it does. Actually, absolute is one level less stubborn than fixed. Fixed is the absolute stubbornest, right? Because fixed means always put it here on this position regardless of how you've scrolled the page. Which is what they do for... I think that's what Twitch and YouTube does when they have the little mini player down in the corner. They just put that as a fixed position, and then regardless of where you scroll, it's always there. Yeah. Which, I mean, is useful. It's got its uses. Just not right now. Fixed is good for nav bars, yeah. Exactly, because it keeps the nav bar on screen, too, as you're scrolling. So it doesn't scroll the nav bar off the top. Which I think our nav bar is fixed, right? Yeah. So like if this nav bar wasn't set to fixed, it would scroll off the top when you scroll down, which makes it less useful than having it always there. So, yeah. So putting a height on that helped, but now the question is, can I still... I don't have an overflow on it. Okay, maybe let me put... If I put overflow hidden... Well, that didn't work. Now it hid everything. That's going to be a thing. Position relative, take that off. Oh. Okay. So I can do overflow hidden as long as I don't do position relative. Okay. Fair enough. But is that actually working? Is the question here. If I do this, will they hide? No, it's not actually working. Well, hell. This is why CSS always drives me batty, because you think something should work a certain way, and it doesn't. And there are people who can do CSS in their sleep, and I do not understand them. I do not understand how that is possible, because it's probably the least logical thing that a computer processes. Overflow X, overflow Y. Position is it? If I look at computer, what position does it have? Did it inherit? Nothing? Nothing. Height. Booty sold, ship scuttled. That's great. That's great. That's interesting. So that doesn't seem to work. Sea of Thieves. Yeah, I played a little bit of Sea of Thieves and I liked it, but I just like I don't know. It's definitely something that I don't feel like I can play it alone, you know? Like I would like to go around and solo it a little bit, and I think you could do it, but it's just like I could never, like it just felt like I wasn't doing it right. Yeah, I was doing solo. I can see it being a ton of fun with friends. It's way too stressful playing it solo. It is a little bit stressful, yeah. I did notice that, like, especially, you know, because you gotta, especially if you're in combat and you're trying to bail out water and all that stuff. That's why I always felt like it was kind of a little bit like, I get that they really want you to be multiplayer, but it always felt like a little bit unfair when you're soloing, because I kind of like the solo. And I kind of wish that there was like you could hire an NPC crew or something to help you out. You know what I mean? Yes, you go ahead and post your meme, Benjax. I go ahead and do it. You have to leave your ship, do things on islands, and people can sneak up on it. Yeah, that was the other thing too. A lot of people just sneak up on you. I had what was it? I went onto an island and I was in a cave and I got a chest. And as I was walking out of the cave back towards my boat, I heard like a cannon go off. I'm like, what is happening? And I get over and my ship is sunk. I'm like, well, hell. I guess I gotta go drown to get back to the port. Please just, yeah. I like that. That's a good one, Banjax. That is basically CSS in a nutshell. It's like, please move. What is wrong with you? Why? Oh man, that's great. Yeah, CSS is some kind of like voodoo mojo thing, man. It's a thing. Happy to make the struggle fun. Yeah, no, it's I mean, I knew going in that I was going to struggle through the CSS part of this. But here's the thing. I'm not cheating. Which is to say, the CSS that I'm doing right now, the way I have this set up is I'm using the same stuff that will be available to everyone else who wants to upload custom CSS for their layout. So that's the whole thing. Like, I'm trying to make sure that I am not cheating and I'm doing everything that the way it can be done for custom, because I'm going to be able, if this works out, you're going to be able to upload your own custom CSS to lay out the videos however way you want to lay them out, put whatever you want, you know, make them, I don't know, soft focus, I don't know, whatever you can do with the CSS. You know, blink and flash, I don't care. Annoy the hell out of your viewers, whatever you like. So I'm doing it like legitimately the way that a user would have to do it. So part of this is like, do I need to add more stuff to the HTML to allow users to have more customizations? And I'm learning how, and I'm figuring that out by doing it myself and seeing if I can get things working the way that I want them to. So I knew this was going to be a struggle. It's just, I'm going to say that it's a worthwhile struggle. I'm going to say that this is worthwhile at the end of the day. We'll see. We'll see if it is. Perhaps I won't have any hair left. Who knows? Suffer through CSS so people better at CSS can ignore mine and use their own. Exactly. Exactly. Yes. Although, theoretically, the way I was going to do it was when you go to upload your own custom layout, obviously there's going to be internal built-in layouts, and now I'm working on the built-in layouts, like the stacked right, stacked left, a few others. But I'm going to provide a way for you to download the internal CSS ones, and then use those as a template to, you know, change them to your own liking. So it's not entirely for naught. Although I'm sure someone will come into it and be like, I'm just gonna go in full speed and do it from scratch, and good luck to them. I say, I say, good show. Oh man. So what am I trying to do with my video feeds? So currently what I'm trying to do, so this is going to be the stacked right layout. So where's my picture at? What is the name of that program? Balsamic. There we go. Okay, so I want to pull up no streaming. This is basically what I want to do. So this was just I took a screenshot of, you know, the streaming page. And basically I want to get your main stream here, and I want it to be a size that is, and I have the sizes, we'll look them up on Wikipedia, but I want it to be a size that, you know, where it's not stretched or anything. You'd have your main stream here, which is this channel that you're currently sitting on, and then your other streams would be stacked on top of one another on the right here. And then you'd have two additional ones that are just, they're not the videos at all, they're just the channel images. Right, and then eventually I'll have buttons here where you can click on this and have it come down and take position in one of these positions. But basically these are, I'm just trying to position these and eventually these in such a way that, you know, they're not distorted and they fit within the normal frame here. Of course, this is the 16:9. There's also ultra wide to take into account, but I think that's just going to be mostly just increase the width of things, you know, the height and width of things, so it fits on there. I'm not too worried about that, but basically this is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to replicate this right now. This is the stacked right. The stacked left is obviously, this would be over on here and these would be over on the left. So that's the idea. That's the wireframe program you have. Yep. Yes. Yeah, Balsamic is pretty good. It's pretty darn good. Considering the other options that were out there that are just kind of like weird, they have some weird controls and stuff. Balsamic actually kind of works pretty well. So we grid it, because that would be able to do that with the grid. Yeah, I mean, we could grid it. Yeah. I'm open to that. Let's see. Because we can do... So I was looking at the grid earlier to see what that looked like. Like could do position grid, right? No, what am I doing? Position, it's not position grid, it's display grid, right? Position absolute display grid. Yeah, so we could do grid. I'm just not sure, like I've never done anything with the grid display before, so I have no idea how to manipulate things with that. So let me see if I can pull up this says grid. Complete guide to grid, okay. I'm down for it. Grid properties. Properties for the parent grid container. Generates a block level grid. Inline grid generates an inline level grid. I don't know whether I want grid or inline grid. So properties for the children. Float display. Inline block display. Table cell vertical. Have no... The float display inline block, display table cell, vertical line, and column properties have no effect on a grid item. Okay, that's good to know. Grid column start, grid column end, grid row start, grid row end. Determines a grid item's location within the grid by referring to specific grid lines. Begins and where a line item ends. So line can be a number referred to a numbered grid line. Or named refer to a named grid line. Span, then the item will span across a provided number of grid. Okay. There's auto placement, automatic span, or default span of 1. The grid template columns. Finds the columns and rows of the grid with space separated list of values. The values represent the track size, and space between them represents the grid size. Track size can be a length, a percentage, or a fraction of the free space of the grid using the FR units. Line name, an arbitrary name of your choosing. Okay. What is FR? FR CSS length units. Building a grid. Okay. Grid templates. Tiny bit of math. Right? I think to ourselves, what is the total width of the grid divided by a number of columns we want, which brings us to 25%. Okay. Problem with overflow. Okay. Oh, FR unit is a fraction can be used when defining grids. Length, such as percentage, pixels, or... Okay. Let's quickly refactor code. So repeat for the 1/4. That will look the same. There's no overflow. Is this length? Painful. 12/1 grid. Mixed units. 1 FR. So it's basically 1 over the number of columns. Like they've defined 2 columns here of 1 unit each. With a 40 pixel border or padding, I guess. Interesting. Okay. All right. Well, that's new. That's new to me. 'Cause I'm an old timer. All this stuff is new. So, grid columns start. Grid column. So grid columns start. Wait a minute. Template columns, template rows. Grid lines are automatically positive numbers. Blah 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 blah. Choose explicitly name the lines. First 40, line 2, line 3. Blah 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 blah. Auto rows. Got more one name. Okay. I assume by naming your rows and stuff you can refer to them by name. Otherwise, what's the point? So repeat 3 9 pixels. These non-flexible. Okay. Wow, they really get into it here, don't they? Justify self, start end. I don't like this 2-column way they did this. I find it ironic that they made the page talking about grids a CSS grid, but at the same time, holy crap, it's hard to read when you got 2 things that are like 2 pages on 1 page here. Grid template rows, grid template columns, and a single declaration. Column gap, row gap. Wow. Repeat function, masonry, set up like a pamphlet. Yeah, I appreciate it, but it's like there's a lot. Holy crap! There's so much stuff here. All right, let's do what I always do and fart around with it until something happens that's good. Let's just start plugging away at it and see what flops out here. So display grid. So then I don't need the width and height is still. I guess width and height aren't necessary anymore either, right? 2 rows and 3 columns. No, it's 3 rows and 2 columns. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be 3 rows and 2 columns. Because the main would go across 3 rows. Yeah. So, let's take the top off of there. Display grid. Container. Flex direction row. I think I can take that off right now. Display grid. So if I do, how did they have that here? Grid template columns. Grid template rows. Okay, so we do. What do we do here? Grid template columns. One FR, one FR. Right, and then grid template rows. 1FR, 1FR. Let's see what that looks like. Wow, okay. Not looking like much right now, but these things aren't taking into account that grid. Yeah, I'll stick with the FRs just because it apparently takes into account a lot of other things. So we'll just stick with that. 3330. So then, okay. Then we have the columns and the rows. Template columns, grid template rows. And then I need the things to actually... Then each item you'd say grid columns start and grid row start. And the end I assume you don't need if it's going to be just one, right? Oh, I see. This is where the names come in. Interesting. Okay. I don't really need to name stuff right now. Column start. Column end span. Okay. Oh yeah, if no grid column end, grid row end is declared, the item will span one track by default. Okay. So, we do, let's bring this up so I can see it happening. Oh wait, did I put that in the right? I put that in the wrong thing, didn't I? God damn it. That should be up here. There we go. And then this, get rid of that. And we do grid, column, start. This is CoStream 1, so that's the host. Is that CoStream host? Yeah, okay. So that's the host. Grid column start would be 2. Grid row start would be 1. All right, and then this guy would be hide those for right now. Grid column well, you're the main guy, so your grid column start, you'd be 1. Grid column or grid row and I guess I say span and then 3. Which hasn't really done much. I have a feeling it's because of the width and height stuff. Oh, I didn't do the... This is why. I don't think you need display grid. I think you need display grid. Right? Do all these need display grid, I wonder? I guess not. Just the container. Yeah, that's what I figure. Grid. It's got display grid, so... Ah, here we go. Here's the grid. I like that it shows you on screen, but it's not... What the hell? The hell was that? Oh, you need a grid width. Grid template. Let's see. Grid. Column. Grid area. Is it grid area? Wait a minute, let's see what it says over here. I think I got container display grid. Oh, maybe I need to be inline grid. Let me try that. Nah, it's still like extending off the bottom of the page. It's for positioning. Track size, line name. Template rows. Trying to break the grid you have or do the same. Equivalent to grid column start. If multiple lines share the same name, they can reference by their name. Okay. Grid container. As a fraction of free space of the grid container. So the grid container, okay, so, but I have the grid, the thing containing the grid is got a width of 100%. So, is it that it needs an actual pixel count here? Like if I take width off, what if I do like 300? Yeah, it looks like it needs an actual number there. Which is strange. Like, why wouldn't 100% actually work? I mean, again, I can just do 1920. Actually, it's not even 1920. Can I do like max content? No. No, I cannot. Fit content? Nope. When I did 400 pixels here, see, it's still like showing the grid as going beyond the page, beyond the borders here. which is strange. Although these are negative numbers, like, why are these negative? You got 1, 2, 3. Did I do? I only did 2 columns, but it has 2 columns. But it should have 3 rows. It seems like it's reversed here because it's got the 1, 2. No, it does have 3 rows. I don't know what these negative numbers are. They're throwing me off. Working on your test. So if I did, let's see. It all comes down to this guy. I think this guy is effing me up here. Because he doesn't have a... Like this guy... This guy's flex. He's got the right width. This guy doesn't have the right width. And I really need him to have the right width. And here's the thing. This is generated by... Alright, let me look at the... I tried to give that a class and it didn't take... Because all I really need to do is give it the col class, and then it'll expand to the width, and I think that will fix all of our headaches here. At least some of the headaches. But it's part of this live render. And I tried giving it a class, but it looks like it didn't take it. So I wonder... let me look at the live render thing here. Phoenix live render. Oh God, give me something that actually works. Live render. Renders a live view within a template. Okay. ID. Container. Oh, container. An optional tuple for the HTML tag and DOM attributes to be used for the live view container. Okay, so I got to put it inside a container thing. That's what's going on. So over here I can say, hopefully, container, and then do this, maybe? Wait, does that take, is that how they have it here? LI style. LI. The container section below. Live view is rendered. Its contents are wrapped in a container. By default, the container is a div tag with a handful of live view specific attributes. The container can be customized in different ways. ID, class, highlight. Okay, so the first part of it's got to be. And it's okay that it's a div, so I'll just make it a div. And then it's got to be the stuff to put on it. Okay. So say div and then class be that. Hopefully ID still goes through correctly, but I guess we'll find out in a second here. Alright, what is this looking like now? Hey, there's the class call. Okay, so that worked. So now it's expanded to the full width, which is what I wanted in the first place. Okay, and then in the video container, oh, this is all back to the way it was, of course. Let's go, well, we can see, say, display inline grid. Okay, okay, good things are happening. Can I just do it here? No, I guess not. Inline grid, and then it's grid template columns. Ooh, okay, we're getting some good stuff happening. Grid template rows, 1 FR, 1 FR, 1 FR. Excellent. Okay. I like what I'm seeing so far. All right. We're still good. Then we go here. And then we say, this is the host. So this would be grid row start. I guess I just do grid row 1 and grid column 2. Alright, and then this guy, grid, you're the main guy, so your grid row start is 1, grid row end span 3, grid column 1. Okay, things are happening. Let's see what the grid looks like. Turn the grid lines on. Okay. All right. That's so far so good. So it's 2 by 3. Things aren't really conforming to the grid so much, but I don't know. Maybe that's I don't know what's is that is it position relative that's doing it? Aha. Okay. Okay. That's a little bit better. Maybe it's maybe what if I do position? Well, yeah, I guess I don't need a position on it, right? Because you can do the grid, the inner grid positioning stuff. It's probably better than anything I'll do on my own here. So we can take top and left off of there, right? And the same with this one. Take top and left off. All we really need is the width and the height. Okay, let's go. Let's put this in actual writing here. So come on over to this guy. I'll say display inline grid with 100% padding 0, position relative. Do I have that on there? I do. I wonder if that's, is that actually doing anything for me? I think the answer there is no. Not really doing anything for me. Okay. I guess I don't need that. Get rid of that. And I guess I don't need it down here either. Get rid of all the things we don't really need. And we'll say inline grid, and then I want to do grid, template columns, grid, template rows, and this guy. So then for grid gap can give you a little space between columns and rows so they don't overlap. Yeah, I think though we'll have to see. I'll leave that till the end because we gotta get the widths correct. And I think once we get the widths correct, it's going to be like there's not going to be that a whole lot of space around the different videos. I think they're going to be kind of just like butted right up against one another. Potentially, but we'll see. Maybe I'll have some extra space left over. I can make them spread out a little bit. Okay, so then this guy is... oh, you know what I should do? Let's do... let's name the first column main. Oops. And first row. Just so that I can reference them down here for the main guy. And we'll say that he always goes in grid. Column main column. I think I'm doing that right. Grid grid row start main column grid row and 3. And then this guy will just be grid row grid row 1, grid column 2. Get those in there. Let this refresh. Okay. That's looking a little bit better. It's not the correct height yet. But I think that'll work itself out as we put things in here. So now I want to, where's the Wikipedia page? Wikipedia 16 by 9. 16 by 9 resolutions. Here we go. So 1920 by 1080 is full HD. We want to have enough room for the other boxes. I think I did 1280 by 720. Is that what what's the size of this? I think I made these the actual size we want them to be. Where's the size at on this guy? Oh, controls lock, control click. 960 by 540, is it? 960 by 540, okay. So the main guy will be 960 by 540. And then the little guys, that's not it. 426 by 240. Does that line up? Yeah, 426 by 240. All right. We'll get to see what these things actually look like and whether or not they're visible. 426 by 240. Oh, crying out loud. No, go away. 426 by 240. Alright, let's see what that looks like. Okay. It is kind of coming out the thing here a little bit, but we can adjust that. Okay. There's going to be 3 of them. And then the other thing is, this should be centered vertically. So where is the, I saw something here. Grid. Template. Justify. Center. Probably everything should be justified center anyway. But isn't there a vertical justify? Align. No, okay, aligns a grid item inside a cell along the axis, column axis, as opposed to which aligns along the inline row axis. Okay, so justify is vertical and align is horizontal, is what I'm getting here. Wait. No, they have it as... So justify is horizontal and align is vertical. Okay. At least from their examples. Whatever. We'll figure it out. So justify self and align self. All right. So I know it's like everything's just it's like there's no consistency in CSS, which drives me insane. It's like everyone just keeps throwing stuff on there, and like align means one thing one way and it means another thing another way. It just drives me insane sometimes. So if I justify is vertical but align items is horizontal. Yeah, normally it should be that, right? But it looks like in here it's the opposite. It looks like align is vertical and justify is horizontal based on these examples, right? Unless they got their examples mixed up. So I don't know. I guess we'll play with it here and find out. So if I want yeah, I know, it's crazy. So if I look at justify, so we'll do justify self-center, which shouldn't do too much because I have a width and height set on them. But so we'll do justify self center and align self center, and the same for this. I guess I could just make that. Let's just do that up here. Well, let's see, because I would imagine that would be what you'd want throughout. Although it doesn't seem like it did anything. Just do justify content, align content on the container. Okay. Let's try that. Justify content, align content. Alright, let's try. Doesn't look like... I was kind of expecting this to move down a little bit, but it looks like they're still aligned up here, and I don't know if that's just a result of there not being anything else here. I mean, what's the grid look like? Yeah, I don't know if that actually worked. They need an auto margin? Let's see. Margin auto. Where are you going? Where are you going? I want you here. Margin auto. Maybe it's on the individual items. It doesn't look like it's doing much, if anything. Oh, that did something. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, that worked. Margin auto worked. Okay. And actually what's interesting too is by centering them, this guy now is not encroaching on the outside there either. So that's good. Okay, this is looking more and more like what I was envisioning in my head, which is scary because it means we're actually like accomplishing something, which is always a scary thing, trying to accomplish something. Grid for the win, yep. Let's go to that on here. Margin auto. Margin auto. Alright, so save those. Okay. So I need a couple more channels to join here. So where's my my database tool finally updated, and they have dark mode now. Yay! I don't blow my eyes out every time I go to look at the sequel here. Yeah, there we go. Delicious, delicious dark mode. Where have you been my whole life? So... go stream invites. Do an edit on that. And... I'm going to change these to joined. Whoops. I'm going to change these to joined. So we can see more things going on here. And Save that. All right. We'll refresh. Okay, yeah, things are messy. So I didn't plan for that. Let's see. Let's make sure everybody got put on here. We got CoStream 2, CoStream 3, CoStream 4. Before there. Don't trust people that use light modes. It's yeah. It's particularly weird when you're a developer to use light mode. Because most developers I know basically don't like light at all. Like, I used to go into the office and the lights would be off and be in the middle of the day. You know, it's just like most developers I know just don't like overhead lights. They don't like anything. They just like to be illuminated by their computer screens. So it is kind of weird when it's like they have light mode on something. It's like, you know, jarring. Before, okay, so let us not panic. And let's get these. The CoStream 1. Basically, it's CoStream 1. CoStream 2. Oh, I gotta make sure it doesn't do main. Well, it probably won't. CoStream 2, CoStream 3, CoStream 4, right? Wait, no, that's not right. 2, 3, 1. No, that's right. That's right. It's just that CoStream main will override it, I hope. Let's see. Not really. Oh no, I'm an idiot. It did work. It just put everything in the one. Yep. Losing my mind. Losing my mind. It should be, this is wrong. But how would I do... How would I handle it if it's... Like, I don't know what number these things are going to get. Right, and that's going to be the issue. Because in this case, it's... The guests are... The ones that are going to be on the right are 1, 3, and 4. Now, CoStream main has an override. But CoStream main could be like 3, or it could be 4, or it could be 1. Well, it's never going to be 1 because that's always going to be the host. But it could be one of these other ones. So how do I... How do I position it properly? When I don't know what the number is going to be. Well, no, I always know that it's going to be 2, 3, and 4. Well, no. Because the host could also be the main. So it's like... So it has to be, so I have to do a knot on it, right? Where it's like, Yes, this is a little bit of progress. A little bit of, actually a lot of progress. Bandex. How would I figure this out? So here's my problem. There could be between 2 and 6 videos. And I'm numbering them, like I put this class on them as a number. The host will always be number 1, but the host could also be the main, could also be the channel that you're watching. So the channel that you're watching will always get the class CoStream main on it. If that channel also happens to be a host, it will also get CoStream hosts class. Just to be able to, you know, if you want to do something special for the host. This layout, I always want the channel that you are on to be the one in the prominent position on the left. So CoStream main will always be column 1, row 1 to 3. That's easy. What's not so easy is the other things, the other CoStream numbers then have to be stacked on either the right or the left. And only 3 of them. So there could be, if we had 6 participants, there could be 5 videos, but only 3 of them, the first 3 of them, should get stacked on there, and the other 2 should just be minimized or displayed none or whatever. So how do I do that? How do I do the CSS for that? Now, bearing in mind, and this is, I could cheat and do it as, because since these are built in, they are SCSS, so they go through SAS processing. So I could do some SCSS stuff, but that's not going to help people who are uploading their own custom CSS. They're not going to be able to do that. They're only going to be able to have regular CSS to do this. So is this a matter of, like, do I need to put some HTML on the page? Can we do it with what we've got? That's the real question. Do we have to put a second container on the left that's a flex box taking up 3 rows and put the 3 CoStreams in there? On the right? Put a second container on the right that's a flex box taking up the 3 rows. Put the 3 CoStreams in there. I mean, we could, but I don't know if that's going to actually... I don't know if that actually helps. Like, I could make it so that, like, there's stuff I could put in HTML to, like, signify, like, show these things. Like, I could put, like, a class on them that's, like, CoStream show versus CoStream hide. And we can use that as a filter. I'm just not sure how to write the CSS to filter the right ones out. How does it all look as it is right now? Well, right now it's just showing the 2. Because I don't have the CSS correct. I have everything going up here. These are all 3 of them are overlaid in this one column. So thinking how to space them out because we have all 3 there. They're just stacked. Well, yeah, I am intending on just stacking them because I think once we get all 3 in there, they're going to take up the whole 1080 pixels, I think, or damn near at least. So I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of space between them. They're going to pretty much look without any borders, almost. As you can see, these two are butted right up against one another as well, which I think is fine, because right now it looks kind of weird because there's no video playing, but once I get the back end running with videos and stuff, we can, which I have to do at some point, we can see the actual videos playing. They're all going to sit flush with each other. Yeah, I mean that was my thought, was that they're all going to sit flush, because, and the reason for that is I'm trying to make them as big as possible so you can still see them while maintaining their 16 by 9 nature, you know, so they're not stretched or anything like that. So I tried to pick numbers that were as big as I could make them without going over the full width of the box, or the full height of the box. And that way there's, you know, you're getting as much of the video, as you're seeing as much of the video as we can squeeze in there, essentially, without it being distorted. So that's my idea, at least for the stacked ones. I have an idea for a carousel where you have the main video in the center, and then you've got the videos, like a small version of the, really small version of the videos down the bottom, but you have arrows that go back and forth, and they'll flip them around as to which one you're looking at, which will be good for like small screens and whatnot, because you'll see, I mean, you won't be able to see all of them at once. Like, it'll be hard to see the ones that, you know, are down on the carousel, but you'll be able to swap between them quickly. And even, I might even just make the carousel where it just shows just the icons for the people's channel icons, and then you just use arrows to go back and forth to cycle through them. Kind of like this. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, kind of like that, except instead of the album covers on the sides, you would just have, the video would take up more space, and you would just have arrows, and then there would just be either just underneath of it there would be like icons for the different video, the different channels, and then those would tell you like what the next one's going to be. Like, those would highlight. Let me see if, is there a, I wonder if there's a good example. Let me see. Kind of like this, where the numbers would be down the bottom, right? It would be sort of like this, and there'd be an arrow that go back and forth on either side. But it'd be sort of like this. They actually have a, oh, that's kind of cool. They have a scroll bar to do it too. That's completely unnecessary, but yeah. It's sort of like that. Oh, here we go. Here's, yeah, this is more like it. Does this work? Not appear to be working. There we go. What the hell? Oh, it's interesting. They have a problem with the, you gotta click it at a weird angle here. But yeah, it'd be basically this. Yeah. You don't like the arrows are yeah, they are. They are a little bit, they're a little bit weird. But it's also, they also have like a weird click area here too. Is this a better one? This is a little bit better. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be kind of like this, essentially. Yeah. And these little buttons here would be like your channel icons. So you could see, oh, I'm on, you know, and they would just highlight as you go through them, so you know which one's next and which one's previous, that kind of thing. Yeah. I've seen Twitch's homepage carousel. Oh yeah. That is. You could probably do something like that too. Yeah, like this thing. I mean, that's doable. It's just that it's not particularly. I guess it's viewable. It would just be that I'm trying to get like maximum real estate for the video. But I guess you could do that. You could overlay the channel poster here, and then you can see where they're at. The thing is, though, I don't know. Maybe, yeah. There's a couple different ways you could do it, and that's certainly not a bad way either. I think the one issue with that is you are in a co-stream, but you're only going to be able to see one stream at a time until you cycle through them. But I don't know. It's interesting. I mean, I guess you could have on those other panels, you could have like the videos actually playing. It's just that they'll be halfway blocked by the video in front. Do you like the second one the best? The one with the screwed up arrows? Yeah, this one? Yeah. Yeah, I don't like... I mean, the one thing here is it's got, like, portions of the other ones there, which I don't think we need. But if you eliminate these portions here, this is basically the same deal. Oh, this is auto. Oh, that's why it wasn't going when I did it. It's auto scrolling. Carousel after a certain amount of time, it looks like. Anyway. Basically that. So I guess... So if I did... We want grid auto flow column. Grid auto flow column. What does that... So what does that do? If you have grid items you don't explicitly place on the grid, the auto placement algorithm kicks in, automatically placing items as property controls how to auto place. Oh, okay. Row tells the auto placement algorithm to fill each row in turn, adding new rows as necessary. Column tells the auto placement algorithm to fill each column in turn, adding new columns as necessary. Dense tells the auto placement algorithm to attempt to fill in holes earlier in the grid if smaller items come up later. Okay. I don't. So I like the row. That's kind of what we want. But then I don't like the adding new rows as necessary. But we might be able to get around that. So consider this HTML. You have these items. You define a grid of 5 columns and 2 rows and set grid autoflow to row, which is also the default. Okay. When placing the items on the grid, you only specify spots for 2 of them. A and E. As we set grid autoflow to row, our grid will look like this. Oh, you're right. We do want column. That's weird. But yeah. Okay. See, that's opposite too. I would think it would be row because you'd want it to go row 1, 2, 3, 4, but it's really column because you want it to stay in that column. Oh man. This is so weird. Okay, so it is column. You just have to set the main and not the co-streams. Okay. Yeah, fill in the rows in that column. It's goofy. It is. Like, it's everything about it. Like, it's very powerful, and I like it, and it's going to make this actually possible. But at the same time, holy crap, is it like everything's reversed. It's like the upside down here. It's reverse day. Okay. So if I do, so here's the question. I've got all these here. Where does this go? Grid auto flow row. Okay. Okay. So we do grid auto flow column. So then I take grid row out of there. We just say grid column. All right, this might be genius right now. Holy shit, it's genius. Look at that shit. That is awesome, Sorek. That is fucking awesome. Holy crap. I would never have gotten to this point without your help. Thank you very much for that. Because my CSS is just not. A, it's out of date, and B, it's just not. It's just not. Okay. Wow. You know what this means? This layout is actually almost done. Like, we actually have something potentially demoable if I can get the streams working locally. Like, I have to figure out how to get Janus or Janus or however you pronounce it running locally. Like, I have it all compiled and stuff, but I have to figure out how to get that running and then how to actually connect FTL to it, because I think I have to download the Microsoft FTL stuff. Something. You did 2 months of CSS like 9 months ago. It's all in your save notes. Well, you know, it's funny. I still have textbooks from college. Like, I just kept them. Like, there were certain textbooks that I'm like, screw this. But there were a couple of textbooks that I was like, I'm not even going to sell these back to the bookstore. I'm just gonna keep them. So I have, like, I think I have my linear algebra textbook still. I have my calculus textbook. I have a couple things I just like, you know what? I'm just going to keep these because these may be useful at some point in the future. Now notes I didn't really keep too well, so, which is interesting because I was pretty good at keeping notes in, like, you know, elementary school and high school and stuff like that. I got to college, I was like, you know what? Screw this stuff. I'm not taking notes anymore. I'm just gonna skate as much as I can. And really, in the CS classes, I was already ahead of the curve. You know, I already had started learning stuff on my own, so I didn't really need copious notes. So I didn't keep anything there. Codecademy is everything you've ever learned in your syllabus, so you're ready to go back to lessons, remember how to do things. Yeah. 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 No, it's good, man. It amazes me. Like, we struggle to find developers, whether it's front end, full stack, whatever. And yet there's so many things out there, so many resources out there that you can just download and you could teach yourself if you had any kind of interest in them. And like, you know, it's not that it would help you get a job, but it bothers me. You know, there's so many things out there and you could teach yourself a lot of these things, and yet we require that you have like a college degree, which is so freaking expensive anymore. You know? Like I swear if we would just stop requiring college degrees for CS stuff, you know, we'd solve our employee, you know, our lack of employee problem overnight, you know. It would have been useless trying to help with this. No, I mean, it's good stuff. I mean, it's really interesting figuring out, you know, learning all this stuff. It's really good. So one of the nice things about this is the fresher your experience of it is, the more useful it is. Right? Like I mean, I'm kind of old school in a lot of things. Like CSS back in my day was very limited, right? And so it was very limited and very difficult. And so I never really kept up with it. I mean, I still need to use it on a daily basis, but I don't have to use any real advanced things. Like this is pretty advanced. Like I don't have to be very advanced with it. I can just kind of use Bootstrap stuff and let it kind of do its thing. But for someone, so my skills are like pure CSS skills that are just out of date, just outdated entirely. So someone else coming in who's just learning stuff would be so much better at all this stuff, just because you have a fresher perspective on it. And it's like the hiring manager at my first job said, he's like, we hire out of college because you guys haven't developed any bad habits yet. And that's basically, it's the same thing with all this technology stuff. Is like, if you the newer your knowledge of it is, oftentimes the better your knowledge is. You know. Like, here's everything I built. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, that's the thing. It should be like, we should be just looking at people's portfolio. When we hire junior developers, we should just be looking at portfolios. Instead, and here's the messed up part, because everything requires a college degree, we end up just hiring people who don't have computer science degrees. They have electrical engineering degrees, or they have art history degrees, right? It's just that they have a piece of paper that said that they went to college, and then they just said, yeah, I don't really want to do anything in this, let me learn how to do programming. And then they come to us and they're like, I learned a few things here and there with programming, here's my degree, it has nothing to do with programming. And we're like, okay, well, at least you got a degree, you're hired. You know, it's just, it's insane, because it's like, we're requiring something that doesn't really, at the end of the day, doesn't really matter. You know, this is the job that I'm at currently is the first one I've been at where I'm actually working with other people who have computer science degrees. Most of the time I've worked at jobs where like I was the only one that had a computer science degree. The only programmer that had a computer science degree. Everybody else had other degrees. It's insane. They do that because it proves dedication. I don't know. I think they do that because I think it's like a lawyer thing. Like law firms hire lawyers that are like certain law firms will only hire lawyers that have degrees from like Ivy League schools, right? Even though a degree from a different school might be just as good, and you might have someone that came from that school who is, you know, very gifted at lawyering. They don't get a position because they didn't go, you know, to the top school. And it's like it's a weird prestige thing. And in the legal profession, I can almost justify it over there because you have these big law firms that are, you know, they're all about their rep, right? But when it comes to like technical stuff and programming, like software development, like you don't have that same kind of rep because nobody knows the developers at the end of the day. They only know the outputs, right? And so it just makes no sense half the time. Yeah, got to have that Harvard law. Exactly. It's a prestige thing. And I don't know why it's a prestige thing in the technology realm. You know, like I mean, like if I had gone to MIT, what does that actually mean? What does that actually translate to? Right? Like I guess it's different if you're doing scientific research, maybe. You know, having that MIT thing and you're doing, you know, scientific research, you know, there's some prestige that goes along with that. But when you're just doing like business applications, business software development, gaming development, something like that, it's not the same thing. There's no, you know, you're not getting grants and stuff based on your on paper qualifications, you know? You're getting it based on your design ideas and your business, whatever they call it, the business white sheet or whatever it is, you know, outline, your business outline. You know, that's what's getting you the money, not the actual qualifications of the team per se. You know, I don't know. I mean, I guess sort of like if you're doing a Kickstarter or something for a game, the qualifications of the team sort of come into play, but not really. I mean, they come into play just because you mention them, but if you don't mention them, would your Kickstarter do any worse? I don't know. It's kind of a hard one to quantify, I think. For my brain, anyway. All right. Cool. I think this is coming into this is working. Shockingly enough, this is working. Like, this is coming together. I have to do some work on the back end to get streams running so we can see what the kind of performances is going to be. Because that's what I'm really worried about now is, like, can you actually play 4 videos in a browser and not have it cry? It's going to be and that's going to be a difficult one too, because I can't test the network traffic. I can only test my local traffic. Like everything will be local host, so it's not going to be like I can't test like bad internet connections and stuff. And that's going to be the rough part of this, is that when I eventually release this, I'm not going to know if it's actually going to work for your rank and file people. Because you could very well do a co-stream and no one can watch it because the internet sucks so bad. Huh. You pull 4 to 5 megabytes per second per stream, so if there's 4 going, it's going to be 20, which will be hard. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Because I'm fairly certain most other sites that do this only have one stream coming in, and they just well, they either have only one stream coming in, or they have transcoding where the other streams that aren't the mainstream are getting reduced in quality. Yeah. Reckon the eventual switch to WebRTC is going to impact co-stream things? Definitely. Positively, I think. Because what's interesting about the WebRTC stuff is that it sounds like, and I don't know that much about how OBS does things, and I don't know that much about like the back end stuff, like the encoding and all that stuff. But it sounds like OBS kind of like when you do WebRTC, you have essentially a channel open to the server, and that communications channel is two-way. So the server can actually send you commands, and it sounds like OBS can interpret some of those commands and do actions based on them. So for instance, if you were doing kind of like what SideNote does when they have, you know, people join their panel discussions, they do it through Discord. But in theory, you could have people join through their web browser, where the web browser is handling the audio and the video, and it's just putting you directly onto that WebRTC communications backend, and then that is communicating with OBS, and OBS is saying, "Oh, I've got a new stream coming in. Let me give you a new video source that you could put on your screen," and then the person running this, you know, the person streaming can then move that video source all around and do their thing with it. That's probably the more exciting part of that, because the browsers know how to do that stuff. Like right now, with all the protocols that we have, they're mostly old school client server stuff, right? Like the client sends data, the server responds. The client sends data, the server responds. And there's very rarely is there ever like the server sends data and the client responds. It's almost always the client initiating everything. Whereas WebRTC is more like you can go both ways. Potentially. It just depends on how it's implemented on OBS's side. So I think that's going to be interesting. It also, for some reason, I think Clone did a demo. For some reason, he had it hooked into the RTMP stuff, and I'm not sure why he had to have it go through that, because, and I don't know much about Janus, Janus or however you pronounce it, which is what we use in the back end, but that speaks WebRTC natively. So I don't know why he had to jump through the RTMP stuff to get to it, and why he couldn't just go straight to Janus. Maybe it's because of the way it pushes things out onto ingest servers and stuff. I guess maybe that's the layer that he needed out of the RTMP. I don't know, but that's interesting. I wish I could help with that stuff, but I have no clue how any of that works. Like that's one of those things where I'm like, good luck on you guys. I'm like, it's super exciting to see that stuff happening, but I got no clue how to do any of that stuff. So yeah, no clue whatsoever. I think what would be really exciting though, and this is something I have in my mind for once the co-streaming gets out there and we get through phase 2 and all that stuff with the chat and everything. I want to see if I can work on the audio only ingest. Which would be the first time I've ever done anything even remotely like that. Because I think that would help the co-streaming stuff a lot. Because I'm specifically thinking about like old school shoutcasting. Like when you would have like a StarCraft 2 event or something like that, where you'd have, the participants, competitors all playing, and you can see all their screens, but maybe then you have a commentary track that's just audio and no video. And so someone could join in with just an audio commentary track that you could mute or change the volume of independently from all the other things. And they could just do their like shoutcasting. I think that would be great for the co-streaming stuff. But I mean, we got to get the co-streaming stuff done first before we even get down that path. It's a secret sauce you don't see, but it's amazing. Yeah, the back end stuff is pretty sweet. And I if I put my mind to it, I could figure out some of that stuff, but it's like there's so many things to be done. You know what I mean? It's like one of those things where it's like it feels like Clone and Hayden and all them, they got that stuff kind of down pat. Like that's probably their jam. So the more I can just kind of deal with the website stuff, which is what I know, it's kind of my jam, the more they can focus on the exciting stuff in the back end. That's kind of the way I look at it. It doesn't necessarily work out that way, but it's and I'm sure at some point they'll want to do website stuff too, just to have a change of pace. And I would like to do back end stuff too, just to have a change of pace. But I feel like I'm way out in left field when it comes to the back end stuff. Like I would need a lot of time to just try to parse through it, They can do infrastructure. You'd love to overhaul chat, but you don't have the skills yet. Yeah. Honestly, most of chat, like I have a branch out there where I've been doing some stuff with chat. Most of chat is just getting the UI improvements, like improving the UI of it. The actual messaging, the chat messaging, is actually pretty decent. There could be some improvements there, but the actual messaging itself is fairly okay. I think I have a branch here. It probably doesn't work anymore, but I have a branch where I actually introduce the you can change the size of the font, of the chat font, and also you can change the font to be open dyslexic. So, which worked out pretty well. Like I have it on a branch somewhere, and you can switch over to open dyslexic and see the font in that, or you can keep it as Roboto, which is what it is now, the font. changing the size of it and all that stuff. The only thing I was struggling with, and this is where the CSS stuff comes back in again, was this damn menu. Because I added stuff to this menu that, you know, like on-off toggles and things like that, and it was just not working well. And that was the big struggle for me, getting all that stuff. Oh yeah, no, I have the code for that, and I have it's sitting on a branch. I just haven't gotten back to it. I also had it where when you type in the message, like right now, if you go beyond the message length, the length of the you know, field here, like it just keeps going to the right. So I had it where instead this is a text area. So as you get to the end, it would expand out one line and then expand out a second line, so you can kind of see it wrapped and stuff. And you could also hit shift and enter and go to a new line. But the weird thing about that is we don't honor any new line characters. So it was still stripping out the new line characters. So even if you like align things the way you want them to, it would just be all in one line in the bubble. But that was the other thing. That was kind of why I put it on the back burner, because I was like, I'll come back to this and get that working so you can actually have some new lines and stuff. Yeah. So, and then also I had I fixed the bubbles so that they wouldn't, so that the Zalgo text, here it is, so this crap wouldn't break out of the bubbles. So basically I just put a overflow hidden on them, on the chat bubbles for that. That was pretty easy. So, but right now you do that, you paste it in there, it goes all over the place, you know. So like a lot of the little chat things I was doing, like you could probably just do them as just a one-off. Like the Zalgo text thing, that could just be an easy one-off. It's just that I was combining them all into one like thing, because I was like, I might as well just do a couple things. And really, honestly, I probably should have just did a few little one-offs and just said, oh, I'm going to fix this now, fix that now, fix that now, so on and so forth. Because then I could have gotten a couple of those out instead of just kind of sitting on them. But yeah, yep, that is the thing. Well, friends, this is really good. This is really, really good. We've made it. You're all tabbed in how this. Yep. We got the layout almost what we need. We just need a little more styling and a little more pizzazz here. And missing my arrows. Yeah, so this is good stuff. This is really good stuff. I am going to, was it 6:30 for me right now? So I need to eat something. I also need a bathroom break. But I'm gonna probably stop here for today. Because next week I'm not gonna be streaming. Tomorrow I'm gonna do some more coding. Same bat time, same bat channel. So we're gonna have a special Sunday coding session. I'm gonna do some more stuff with this and get the other layouts started, like the stacked left, which should be easy compared to this right now. Now that we got the basics in here, let's what I want to do is let's go and let's close some of this stuff. Close some of this stuff up, and let's put the server. Get status. Alright, get add. Get status. Get commit. And we'll say stacked right layouts almost working. Okay. Get status. Git push. Alright, and let me grab my password here. And put that in there. Cool. So that is now pushed out to my GitHub fork of the Glimesh repo. There we go, less than a minute ago. Cool. We are up to date with, I did do the merge this morning, so we're up to date with Glimesh dev now. Out of curiosity, let's see how much we've changed. So we've got 31 changed files with 3,114 new lines and 29 deleted lines. Yep. And that does not even include testing. I have not done any testing yet, which is going to add a bunch more lines, probably double the line count. But yeah, that's all the new stuff, and we're not done yet. We're not done yet. We got a ways to go there. All right, let's go and back here. Cool. Oh, right. You see that code again? Co-streaming is a thick boy. Yeah, it is pretty beefy. It is pretty darn beefy. That's fun. That's good stuff, though. Lots and lots of SQL. I mean, that's where all the lines are coming in. It's just tons and tons and tons and tons of SQL here. Doing that. But, and I don't even have the host only stuff yet. I still have to do that. Which is going to be a special mode setting. Oh, the rows and columns bit? Trying to steal. Yeah, I can bring that back up. Let's go. Code. Oh, what the? No, I don't want you running. What are you doing? How did you get started? Yeah, here you go. This was the CSS we just did. Yeah, one FR, one fraction. And I named it main column. That's the name there. So I could reference it as that. Yep. Yeah, there you go. And then the real magic is the auto flow that Sarek found. So we have these other co-streams, and all I have to do is say they're in column 2, and because we have the auto flow as column, it'll automatically fill these in row 1, 2, and 3, blah blah blah, all the way down for us. So. Oh, you're here for the autoflow, fine. Okay, cool. But yeah. Oh, and the margin auto. The for some reason you need margin auto. The magical margin auto that made everything actually line up. That made it actually justify and align properly. So, yep, that's it. And this is the funny thing about this. There's only 26 lines of CSS here, and it took us what, 4 hours to write 26 lines of CSS because it's been like pulling teeth. I'll ask you for an explanation of how justified content works. You may have so the way looks like here. So justify, what was it? Justify self. Oh, justify content. I don't know. Where did you find? Oh, here we go. Justify content. So, the way they say it here, sometimes the total size of your grid might be less than the size of its grid container. This could happen if all your grid items are sized with non-flexible units like pixels. In this case, you can set the alignment of the grid within the grid container. This property aligns the grid along the inline row axis, as opposed to align content, which aligns the grid along the block column axis. And it's just like the picture is basically like this is where it's weird, because just like in all other CSS, justify, I believe, is the vertical and the line is the horizontal, and in this one it's reverse. Justify is like the horizontal and a line is the vertical, kind of. Yeah. Came across the term. Looking to try and make an MIU progress bar circular with HTML, I found I just couldn't. Oh, circular with HTML. Oh no, yeah. You'll need CSS to make it circular. And that's like the circle stuff in CSS, that's another thing that always has boggled my mind, because you have to do it's a weird radius thing to make circles. It's kind of, yeah, it's like, and rounded edges and stuff are just like, all of that has been, it's just, I always have to look it up because it never makes any sense to me. Yeah, border, it's, yeah, basically. You see all the CSS for it in the tutorial vids involve justify content. Well, I don't know. Okay. I don't know. Does justify, I guess justify content works outside of the grids? I guess. There we go. Oh, it works for flex items. Okay. I was gonna say, because I don't think it works for any. I don't think it works for like table rows and stuff, but it works for flex stuff. Does it really work for any display item? Probably not for table. Yeah. Okay. Display flex start flex face around. Does it say what? So flex end items are positioned at the end of the container, center of the container. Items will have space between them. Items will have space before, between, and after them. Have equal space around them. Space evenly around and between. Okay. Initial and inherit. Pretty much everything has initial and inherit. Huh. Yeah. Not animatable. Unfortunately. A lot of things are animatable, but that is not animatable. You can animate the border top? Huh. Border top width, border top style, border top color. Well, I would imagine. Okay, so the color I could see you can animate, but apparently you can animate like. I guess that makes sense, because you could like make your border go from solid to dotted, maybe as an animation. That's interesting. Clip color. What's clip? Clip property lets you specify a rectangle to clip an absolutely positioned element. Huh. And it's animatable, so I guess that's only if it's an absolutely positioned element. So, okay, so they're using it on an image here, which makes sense because you could clip an image down to be smaller. Huh. You can animate your fonts? What? Why in the hell would you animate your font? Oh, probably the font size. I could see that being animated. Oh, yeah, okay, so some of these you can animate. Like the size I can see because you could make as you roll over something, you can make the font bigger. But apparently you can also do the font family. So you could roll over something and it'll change from Times New Roman to Comic Sans, I guess. I don't know. Grid template, adding vertical line, word spacing. Okay, interesting. Surprised at how much stuff. Like nothing I've ever done professionally required me to like animate stuff on screen, but yet it's cool to see it. It's cool to see it out in the wild and how things, like all the things that people work on. This is the other problem. Like a lot of the stuff I haven't learned in CSS because I just haven't had a need to use it. And I really should learn this stuff, but at the same time, it's always been a mind-boggling thing. But anywho, that is the secret sauce, friends. Trying to animate font family, yeah. Now you're serif, now you're sans. Which one will it be? Some real cool anime fonts. I wonder if someone has a CSS animated font. Okay, 15 gorgeous CSS text animation effects. Let's see. Let's be the judge of this. Text animation. Scroll trigger text animation. Oh, okay. So they're making it so that it flies in. I see. I don't know, that's a little bit annoying, but I could see that being for like a presentation thing, sure. If you have like an infinite scroll website. Text color animation effects. Ooh boy. Oh boy, there we go. Oh yeah, that's gorgeous, yeah. Oof. Oof. Static CSS color change. Oh. Again, yeah, gorgeous. Sure. Morphing CSS text effect. Oh, now that's pretty cool. That's okay. That'd be pretty cool to do, like if you're doing like an ad or something. And you wanted that to morph around. Although I would make the animation go probably a little bit slower. Or not repeat quite as fast, quite as often. What is this? Bouncing with reflection text. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. You can actually see the reflections down there. I mean, Rule of cool on that one, I guess. Rule of cool. Although they didn't make the box big enough to see. There we go. 0.5. Okay. Water wave text animation. For a logo. Okay. Okay. What, the water text thing is your favorite one? I mean, for a logo, I could see that. I could see that being decent. Although it might, I guess one of the one things you have to worry about when it comes to this stuff is that you're not drawing people's eyes away from the rest of the website. You know what I mean? I guess that's the one thing you kind of have to do. It's sort of like the reverse of like casinos. That casinos always put those ugly rugs in because they want to naturally push your eyes off the rug and up towards where all the shiny flashy stuff is. So you spend money. And the same thing. Or health if you can make it red. Yeah. Well, I mean, I could... Here's the CSS right here, right? So... Let's see. Animate. Ease in and out. Infinite. Oh, here we go. Color. Let's do FF. Oh, you won't let me change it? Really? You won't let me change this? Oh, I thought I could change it. I thought I could change it to be red. Crossing on scroll CSS text effect. Oh. Okay. Sure. I don't know. I don't know about that one. I'm feeling kind of meh about that one too. Loading style CSS text animation. Loading style. I guess they just mean like an outer. I don't know. I guess. Sure. Lip text animation. Oh, now this is pretty cool. This I like. Especially when you're doing like a loading bar or something. That I'm on board with. Because it'll just go away when you're not loading, right? So that one I can see. Fade in text animation. Oh man, that could be really annoying. Can you imagine if you had a blog post and that's like 20 pages long, like 50 paragraphs, and every paragraph faded in like that as you're trying to read? Can you imagine? And you made the animation like really slow, so like as you're trying to read, you just kind of have to wait for the rest of it to fade in. Oh, that would be so monstrous and so awesome at the same time. That would be great. Definitely have to be for some slideshow type stuff. Yeah, I would say so, yeah. Yeah. 3D text grow animation. Okay. I don't know about that. I mean, maybe if you had a bell icon and it was like trying to notify you that you have like a message or something, maybe that would be okay, but I could see that being really annoying too. I like to occasionally grab a part of a quote from Marvel. Yeah, I guess like if you're doing like where you're embedding a quote in an article like you're kind of calling out the quote. I guess that would be a way of doing it. Yeah, have that there. If it was on a push alert until it's checked, yeah. Animated blobs text animation. Okay. The blobs are it's kind of like a lava lamp a little bit. Blobs aren't moving that much though. Like, you can barely tell that they're moving. Slowest lava lamp ever. Yeah, I know, right? That's what I like. Kind of put a little bit more speed in there, or at least a little bit more translation and stuff. Basic text animations. Vertical, line up. Flip horizontal. Sure. I gotta say though, I don't know if I'd call these beautiful. It's supposed to be like the 15 beautiful font animation things, and I don't know, some of them are borderline, but these I don't know. Not so sure on that one. Sliding text animation carousel. I think I've seen these before. Creating, close, code. Yeah, I think I've seen something like this before. I mean, this is like advertisement stuff. Right? Their go-to for pop-up ads. Yeah. Exactly. Typing text animation. Now this I think is kind of cool. The typing text animation stuff. Like that could be a good styling choice for things. So that I'm on board with. Although, here's the thing though. Where are they getting the... Yeah, they got words in JS here. Yeah, so this is not like a pure CSS thing. Like, you need some JavaScript to make this work. It looks like. How about these other ones? This was just pure CSS. That one. That one. Oh, this one's SCSS. Okay. CSS. Oh yeah, this one has some JavaScript in it too. So these aren't like pure CSS stuff. Not all of them anyway. There's another one. JavaScript. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Pretty cool though. And they got their logo that hides kind of thing. Just one of those fancy smancy things I've seen a lot of. Yeah, pretty cool. This makes it pretty. Jazz makes it move. Yep. Fancy like 5 lines of code. Everything's fancy to me, all right? Everything with even 5 lines of CSS is fancy to me. Anyway, friends, I'm all codes committed, and we're ready to go, ready to pick this up tomorrow. But like I said earlier, I am hungry and I need a restroom break as always. But yeah, cool beans, friends. So I'll be back tomorrow around noon. Hopefully I won't have as many technical difficulties as I did today with the internet being out and then my computer and then the power partially going out and coming back on while I was starting to stream up. And yeah, it's fun. I had all those technical difficulties. Everything's been fine since then, and we made progress. Like I feel like this has been one of those days where everything could have gone wrong, and yet somehow it's gone right, and I'm happy. I'm very happy. Thank you everyone for hanging out, keep me company. Hope helping me out and all of those things. And hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow for some more coding. And tomorrow will be the end of my streaming week normally. Off on Mondays as per the usual. Next week is going to be a shortened week because we have Labor Day here in the States, or Labor Day weekend coming up in the States, and I have like weddings and stuff to go to, so I'm not going to be available to do anything. So basically Tuesday and Wednesday we'll be back in some modded Dungeon Siege. Thursday I'll be back with some Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Friday, Saturday, and Saturday I probably won't be streaming. Sunday maybe, but if I do stream Sunday, it'll be at nighttime rather than in the daytime. So, and if it is a stream, I'll probably do some more coding. We'll see. But then after that, I'll be back to relatively normal until October, where I have another wedding in October to attend. It just never ends, friends. It never ends. Everybody does everything all at once. I don't get it. Anyway. Anyway, thank you so much, everyone, for watching. I hope everyone has an excellent morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on what it is for you. I hope to see you back here again in the future for some more stuff, whatever happens to suit your fancy. Until then, see you, bye.
This is the way.